using a gavel, but I am nevertheless going to call this, what I will call, actually call this a very first ever hybrid in-person and virtual meeting of the Hayward City Council. Good evening and welcome, everyone, especially those of you who are with us here in the council chambers. We are glad to have you. We're glad to be back. I'll ask everybody's to bear with us in advance if little glitches come up, because we haven't done this for a while and we're doing it in a special way tonight and things may happen. But we are going to try our best to get through this meeting right now. We have some of our participants.
Mayor, I'm sorry, Miriam, and Councilmember Andrews is saying the mayor's muted online and we can't hear her. The mayor is muted, so can't hear her on Zoom.
I'm muted? Okay.
Give us 1 second, sorry.
Aren't they supposed to hear everything that is, okay, our first.
Okay, hold on, we're trying.
And now I'm hearing, that can't work.
Yeah, okay, it should be good. Now, go ahead.
Yes, but I'm hearing myself over here on this. Oh, wait a minute, I'll just, how do I, speaker? Yes, wonderful. Our IT department can fix everything. That works, and you can still hear me on Zoom? Great, and you can hear me here? All right, first problem solved. That's a good start. So here we are. Here in the council chamber, we have Councilmember Salinas, Councilmember Lamnon, and Councilmember Zermano. And on Zoom with us this evening, we have Councilmembers Marquez, Andrews, and Wahab. So we are all here, but we are also webcasting this meeting on Comcast TV Channel 15 and live streaming it on the city's YouTube channel and the city website. And and we will be explaining later how you can make a public comment either way. But with that, I'm going to ask Councilmember Salinas to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. All right. I will say we also have a number of members of our staff with us here this evening, including our city clerk, Miriam Lentz. So, Madam City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Good evening. Councilmember Andrews. Councilmember Lamnon. Present. Councilmember Marquez. Councilmember Salinas. Present. Councilmember Wahab. Councilmember Zermano.
Present.
Mayor Halliday.
Here.
Thank you.
And now I'll ask our city attorney, Mr. Lawson, to give us the closed session announcement. I think it's going to be given to us by our deputy city attorney, Mr. Brick.
Thank you, Mayor. Joe Brick, Assistant City Attorney. I'll be making the announcement today as I was present in closed session. Today, the council met in closed session at 5:30 p.m. On September 28th, 2021 to discuss, number one, an anticipated litigation matter. It was one matter pursuant to the public notice. With all members present, the council took no reportable action. The second item on today's closed session agenda was property negotiation involving Route 238, Parcel Group 6, pursuant to the posted notice. With Mayor Halliday recusing herself, the council took no reportable action, and the closed session adjourned today at 6:45 p.m. That concludes the announcement.
Thank you. Now we're going to move on to public comment. So let me start by saying that city council members and members of the public participating by Zoom wishing to speak should use the raise hand feature, and I will call upon them at the appropriate time. Members participating via teleconference wishing to speak should dial *9, and they will be called by the last four digits of their phone number. In-person participants here who wish to speak should have already scanned the QR code located in the back of the room and completed an online speaker card via their phones. The city, and if you've done that, the city clerk will add your names to the list of members wanting to speak. The city has also this evening received requests for interpretation service in both Mandarin Chinese and Spanish. And so as requested, we are providing this service via Zoom for public comment and the public hearing item 10. So participants will need to select the Chinese channel or the Spanish channel to listen to the interpreters, and all Zoom participants must click the interpretation icon in the meeting controls and select either English, Chinese, or Spanish. And I think that is important, that if you are listening in English and you are on Zoom, you should click, because we are in other languages tonight, be sure to look down there and click the English. And so with that, Madam City Clerk, do we have speakers this evening? I'm not seeing anything come up.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I believe we have 3 speakers. If you please give me a moment.
Okay, do you want me to call the, okay, so I'm seeing Sally Thomas at the top of the list? Okay, Sally
Yes.
Thomas. I can't tell whether people are online or in the room.
Mayor, if you like, I could go ahead and call the individuals via my live manager, and then you'll see the name of the individual on the screen, if that makes it easier.
Yes, I'm only seeing the names on the Zoom attendees. I'm not seeing any other names on my iPad here, so.
All right, if you, so what I'll do, because we have individuals who are in person who submitted the request to speak.
Yes,
We
I'm not
currently-
seeing those names.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and, if you allow me to call on the
Please go
individual.
ahead.
Okay, we have Colleen. If you're here, Colleen, you see your name on the screen. If you, all right, thank you. So that's for item number 10. We'll come back to you. Thank you. I have Patricia Davis. All right, thank you. That's also for number 10. We have Suzanne Phyllis.
Hi, good evening. Welcome back to City Hall. My name is Suzanne Phyllis. I live at 239 St. Andrews Street. I'm also a senior secretary here at the city, and I am also the SEIU Clerical Chapter President. I'm here tonight just to let you know that today we had a coalition rally out front. We all wore our colors. We are representing. We are still hoping, Local 21 has settled their contract. SEIU and HAME is still pending. We're still asking for authorization to be expanded so that we can negotiate contracts that will leave us all feeling valued and heard and happy to move forward. So I'm just here tonight just to say hello, welcome back. Glad to see everybody in person. And don't forget, we're out here. We're still waiting to resolve these contracts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Suzanne. Okay, and Ms. Lenz is going to call the next speaker.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. We now have Evelyn. Could you please come forward?
Good evening, everybody. And like Suzanne, my colleague, I did. Okay. Thank you, Sarah. Good evening, everybody. I am Evelyn R. Oliveira. I work in the city manager's office for the divisions, both divisions, housing and community services, and been working for the city of Hayward for 3 years. I'm very proud of the fact that our bargaining groups are coming together to put forward for a quality of life that nobody's seen, just trying to get back to some kind of normalcy. And one thing that I did want to bring up, dealing with contracts all the time, I am exposed to federal income levels for HUD. And I just wanted to point out for 2021 in Alameda County, for a one-person household, your income can be $50,000 and you qualify. Well, I have a family of 5. I'm the sole income, and that level is $118,000. I don't have to tell you how much I make at a level 4. However, it's not near the 118. So I just want to encourage and help, people understand our side of the work, supporting our communities. Me, myself, I did work for the call center, helping folks get to their food distribution, helping them with housing resolutions, eviction nightmares, and all these such things. And unfortunately, I can empathize a little more than I should have. But thank you, and I'm very proud of the coalition, and thank you for your time. Good evening.
Thank you. And that was the last speaker, in-person speaker, is that correct?
That is correct, Mayor.
So we're going to move to the Zoom speakers, and we have Sally Thomas.
Sally, go ahead.
Thank you. Next, we have RT. Yes. N- Now we can't. RT, are you there? We're hearing you in the council chambers. Oh, okay, we have not gotten to that item yet, so we will put you into please, when we get to that item, which shouldn't be too long, re-enter. How about Saad Muhammad? Oh, wait a minute, I'm sorry, before him, Danny Magalhaes. Dallas. Thank you. And now, Saad Muhammad. I can hear you. Okay. Thank you, Saad. Now we have TJ from Hayward Concerned Citizens. Yes. Okay, thank you. I don't know if we can do anything about that, but
Yeah.
right now,
We're working on that issue, but the council members and the in the chambers and the council members who are listening on Zoom are able to hear all the public comments. So we're going to keep proceeding. We apologize for those who are watching on YouTube and the live stream. We're trying to resolve that issue, but the council members can hear all the public comments.
okay. And let's see, Patrick. Patrick? Well, you're the last person under public comments. Did you want to make a public comment on items not on the agenda or on an item that's on the agenda? Okay. We have lost him. All right, with that, seeing no further requests, either here in the room or on Zoom to speak, I'm going to close public comments on items not otherwise on the agenda. And we will now move to comments from our city manager, Ms. McAdoo.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Good to be back in the council chambers. I had a bit of a surreal experience yesterday coming back in here for the first time in 18 months. Just to reiterate, for those who didn't hear my comment just a minute ago, we know that there is a technical glitch and that the Zoom public commenters, you cannot hear their comments on the live stream or on YouTube, but the council members who are here in the chambers and the ones who are participating on the Zoom application can hear all of those public comments. And we are recording all of those public comments, so when we rebroadcast the full meeting, all of those public comments will be available. So I just want to make sure that everyone is aware and that the council members can hear all of the public speakers, even if those watching the YouTube broadcast cannot. If you would like to listen to the public comments, I would recommend you log into the Zoom platform or call into the Zoom phone number on the agenda. So a couple other just public city manager comments I wanted to announce. I did want to remind the community that there is financial assistance available still for back rent payments and utility expenses, even though the state COVID-19 eviction moratorium is ending as of September 30th. The rent relief program will remain in place for some period of time. And so that under that state program, residents and households that are earning 80% or less of the area median income are eligible to have all unpaid rent and utilities covered back to April 1st of 2020. There's still a lot of funding available, and so we want to make sure that landlords and tenants are both aware of that and taking advantage of those resources to ensure that no one is losing their home at this time once the eviction moratorium expires. Our staff is also reaching out to our landlord community, and we have a lot of services to provide, so if you have any questions, our housing staff can help as well, and that phone number is 510-583-4454 or housing@hayward-ca.gov. And then there's also resources on the county's housing department website. On a little bit lighter note, we did just receive the city's most recent pavement condition index. For all of you technical wonks out there, the city has a pavement condition index of 70, which is categorized by the Metropolitan Transportation Commission as good. The PCI is measured on a scale of 0 to 100, and so 70 is actually a very good score for paving. Earlier this year in June, the City Council awarded $11.4 million in a construction contract to pave 89 street segments. And this current year, we're scheduled to spend another $11 million, and this comes from gas tax and Measure B funds, as well as vehicle registration funds. So just wanted to share that, and we also have added some equity lenses to our distribution of city services, and so we are looking and expanding our street selection criteria this year that will include streets and areas that the city may have not, where those streets may have not received fair share of pavement improvements in the past. And so that will be added to the city's street selection criteria moving forward. So those are my announcements this evening, and good to see everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're going to move to our action items, but first, Councilmember Wahab, you have your hand up. Was that for a public comment? Okay, go ahead.
Correct. We do not believe that the county moratorium applies to the city of Hayward because we are a charter city, but really individuals should seek legal advice independent. We obviously cannot offer legal advice for individual landlords or tenants on that particular matter, but that is our interpretation of the county moratorium at this point. Correct.
Okay, thank you. Now we are going to move to our action items, and first we will take up our consent calendar, which this evening is items 1 through 9. Madam City Clerk, are you aware of any requests from the public to speak on any of these items or remove any of them from the consent calendar? And I will ask the same of council. I can see people on Zoom if you put your hand up. And I see, okay, and I see Councilmember Wahab. You guys, I think I'm going to have to ask you to just.
I'll move on the item.
Mayor Halliday, if I may.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm right here. Thank you. If I may. I don't know if we have any members in our audience wishing to pull any of those items on the consent calendar. I haven't received any requests to speak, but I wanted to give you an opportunity to speak up now if you have a comment on any item on the consent calendar, items 1 through 9. No?
Anyone? Okay. Seeing no one, I do see Councilmember Wahab's hand up, so go ahead, Council.
That is correct. This system is basically monitors intersections and automatically adjusts the signal timing based on the traffic flow that is coming through the intersection, so that engineers don't have to go out and change the timing. Correct. It is pretty much all along the Foothill Mission Boulevard corridor.
Okay. Okay, so item numbers 1 through 9 have been moved by Councilmember Wahab and seconded by Councilmember Marquez. Seeing no requests to speak from council at this point, I will ask Ms. Lentz to to do a roll call vote.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Andrews. Councilmember Lamnin.
Aye.
Councilmember Marquez. Councilmember Salinas.
Yes.
Councilmember Wahab. Councilmember Cermeño.
Aye.
Mayor Halliday.
Yes.
Thank you.
And the motion passes with 7 aye votes. Items 1 through 9 are approved. Now, we're going to move to item number 10. This is a, and before we do, I'm going to call on Councilmember Andrews. All right, and I think we'll have the city manager, if you're not watching, text you when, well, she's left us, but we can call her back when we're done with it.
Correct, I will do that.
Okay, so this item is regarding parcel group 3 of that, this is parcel group 3 of the Caltrans properties that we've been taking up over the last few years. And this is regarding an appeal to the Planning Commission approval of the La Vista residential development, and also regards the primary school, another aspect of that development. And so I will go ahead and turn this over first to our Assistant City Manager and Development Services Director, Ms. Ott.
Good evening, Mayor, council members.
Mayor Halliday, I apologize. I just wanted to announce that we are offering interpretation service for this item number 10. So we have interpreters both in Chinese and Spanish that are in the different channels via Zoom. So attendees who have joined via Zoom are able to listen to this item in either English, Chinese, or Spanish. I just wanted to make that announcement for the public. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Ott.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm going to turn this over to Senior Planner Elizabeth Blanton, but before I do, just want to let the council know that there are a number of issues in the appeal that were raised that are technical issues. We have a whole host of consultants and technical experts available to answer your questions, as well as the fire chief who's here as well to answer your questions. I just wanted you to know that we have a team of people here if you do have questions about it.
Great. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Elizabeth Blanton, Senior Planner. As Assistant City Manager Ott just said, the item we'll be reviewing this evening is an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of the site plan review, administrative use permit, and density bonus application for parcel group 3. In 2018, the City Council authorized the city to enter into an exclusive negotiating rights agreement with Eden Housing and the Pacific Companies based on their proposal to construct 150 affordable housing units or more, at least 150, and a public community school on the parcel group 3 properties. So in my presentation this evening, I'll begin with an overview of the proposed project, which is consistent with this council-approved conceptual plan. And then I'll provide a summary of the appellant's grounds for appeal, as well as staff's responses to those concerns. So parcel group 3 is located just north of Tennyson Road and east of 16th Street. And as you can see by the dotted circle on this map, the project site is within a half mile of the South Hayward BART station, as well as the future La Vista Park, which is a 50-acre park currently in the development pipeline. Other surrounding development and land uses include some single-family development to the northwest and some multifamily development to the south and to the west. The red dotted line on this figure shows the approximate location of the proposed development, which, as you can see, is clustered in the southwest corner. The remainder of parcel group 3 land that is not part of the proposed development will be transferred to the city as part of the project's development agreement. And this allows for the significant expansion of La Vista Park, providing more direct park access for that neighborhood around 16th Street. Now, the reason the development is clustered in this way is due to the significant environmental constraints across the site. So as you can see from this map, which I should mention has shifted our perspective, so north is now pointing to the left, there are fault traces, landslide areas, and steep topography across much of the site. So as a result, the only part of the property upon which there is room to develop is that southwest corner. Parcel Group 3 falls within multiple zoning districts and general plan land use designations, but as you can see here, the proposed development is exclusively within the medium density residential zoning district and the limited medium density residential general plan designation. Additionally, the site is within the Foothill Trail Overlay District, also known as SD7, which basically requires a bike and pedestrian trail through the area. So here we can see the proposed site plan. 2 residential buildings are proposed, which are highlighted here in red. The buildings will house a total of 176 affordable rental units, which include moderate, low, and very low income units. And the unit sizes will range from studios all the way up to 3-bedroom units to provide flexibility for households of various sizes. There are a total of 183 dedicated parking spaces for the housing portion of the site. The school facility is split into 2 components. There's a standalone elementary school building and then an approximately 11,000 square foot early education center on the ground floor of one of the residential buildings. And there are 50 additional dedicated school parking spaces. For site access, there will be 3 vehicular access points to the site. Residents will primarily access the site from 16th Street via 2 separate entry points, and school users, including parents dropping off and picking up kids, will only be able to access the site via Tennyson. The proposed development also provides pedestrian and bike connections to those high-quality trails of the future La Vista Park via a couple different pathways, which are shown on this slide. And as part of the development agreement for this project, the applicant will be paying their fair share of the construction cost of the Foothill Trail, which will run through the adjacent La Vista Park property. Now, access to BART for bikes and pedestrians is provided via 2 primary routes. The first, which is shown here, connects the southern portion of the site by the school to Tennyson via both a curving driveway and a set of stairs. This route features both existing and planned bike facilities along Tennyson, and it's approximately 1/3 of a mile in length, so it's relatively close. Now, for cyclists that maybe are not as comfortable navigating a street that's as busy as Tennyson or that has the topography of Tennyson, there's also an alternate path from the northern end of the project site by the residential parking. This would take Hancock and East 12th Street. This route is a little bit flatter terrain. There's quieter streets. It's a little bit longer. It's about a half mile, but still not too large of a distance, still fairly close. So the following renderings show what the proposed development would look like. This view shows the 2 residential buildings, each of which is 5 stories tall. The building design features a mix of materials and sleek modern colors to provide visual interest. The elementary school is about a 2-story structure, which uses varied planes and materials, a prominent awning, and a gentle color palette. And I should mention that there are also 2 school play areas located on either side of this building, one of which includes an outdoor eating area and a small amphitheater space. For Tennyson and Mission, the project maintains a relatively low profile thanks to the positioning of the school building closest to the steep embankment along Tennyson. And the proposed residential buildings are clustered adjacent to some existing 3-story residential buildings, which are the yellow structures that you can see in this image. Across the street, on 16th Street, there are some single-family homes, which we're kind of standing next to in this image. And as you can see, next to the single-family homes, there will be a little bit of the end of the surface parking lot and then the development of La Vista Park, so kind of maintaining an open space feel. From La Vista Park, the future La Vista Park, if we imagine we're standing in the park, the development will be visible, but it would not block the park's stunning views of the city, the bay, and the peninsula beyond. Now, as part of their entitlement application, the applicant requested a density bonus of 19% above what would typically be allowed in the RM zoning district. Given the site's proximity to South Hayward BART, state density bonus law would actually allow unlimited density for this project, so the requested 19% is somewhat modest by comparison. The project also requested a height increase of 23 feet for the residential buildings. Again, this is allowed by state density bonus law. And the project is providing, as I mentioned earlier, 183 residential parking spaces, which far exceeds the 88 parking spaces that state density bonus law would allow the city to require of the project due to its proximity to BART and its levels of affordability. Finally, the project is requesting 3 concessions or incentives, which again is permitted by state law. First, a reduction in the amount of open space, which in this case is especially appropriate given that La Vista Park is next door. A reduction in the rear yard setback, which again is due to those tight site constraints we were looking at the beginning. And then reduced compliance with the city's REACH code requirements for EV charging infrastructure, which I'll go over in a slide or two. Now, the state adopted new housing legislation in 2019, which you're probably all familiar of, but it's known as SB 330. For the benefit of all, basically this law says that if you have a housing project, including a mixed-use housing project, which this one is, and it complies with all of the objective standards of the general plan and zoning ordinance, then the city must approve that project. So, looking at the objective standards for this project, we can see that the proposed development meets all of them, in some cases using density bonus allowances, but that is permitted by state law. So this includes meeting the objective standards for density, height, parking, among others. Further, the project meets and in several cases exceeds the sustainability requirements of the building code and the city's REACH code. So all 3 buildings will be electric, all electric, and there will be solar panels installed on the residential buildings, which exceeds building codes and REACH code requirements. Now, while the project requested a density bonus concession related to electric vehicle infrastructure, it still proposes to exceed building code requirements by providing a mix of EV-ready infrastructure and EV charging stations on site. The proposed public community school would be the second location of the primary school, whose first location is in East Palo Alto. It would serve up to 384 students from pre-kindergarten through 5th grade. And in addition to a strong school program, the primary school is unique in that it offers a range of services, including medical, dental, and mental health care, social services, and a robust parent wellness program. The primary school would actively target recruitment towards low-income families who would most benefit from the organization's approach and supports, and this would include direct outreach to the families living in the residential buildings just next door. An addendum to the general plan EIR was prepared to assess whether the proposed project would cause the need for any major revisions to the EIR. And it was determined that the project was within the scope that was originally analyzed in the general plan EIR and will not result in any new or more severe significant environmental effects. So as a result, no new mitigation measures are required. Staff has received input from several members of the public throughout the planning process via emails, phone calls, and comments at a couple of virtual public meetings. Public comments have reflected both support as well as concerns about the project, and the appellants echo most of these concerns listed here in their stated grounds for appeal, so I'll address those in great detail in a moment. On July 22nd, the Planning Commission approved the proposed entitlement application with a 5-to-1 vote. In their discussion, and the meeting minutes are attached to this agenda item, the Commission expressed support of the affordable housing, the project's proximity to BART and La Vista Park, and the school's extensive wraparound services. Though they approved the project, some commissioners also shared concerns about the project's proximity to fault lines, the topographical challenges of accessing BART from that side on Tennyson, the amount of parking for the project, and the height of the residential buildings. Several members of the public spoke at the meeting, the vast majority of which were in support of the project, though there were some concerns expressed about street lighting along 16th Street and solar access to the adjacent multifamily development. So on August 2nd, the Planning Commission's approval of the project was appealed by a group of neighbors, and a summarized list of their stated grounds for appeal is shown here. The full appeal documents received by the city, along with 2 petitions with approximately 160 signatures, is included as attachments 3 and 4 to this agenda item. Since the purpose of tonight's hearing is to review the appellant's stated grounds of appeal, these 6 topics are what the council should focus on when making a decision as to whether uphold or to deny the appeal. In the discussion section of the staff report, staff has provided detailed responses to each of the appellant's stated grounds for appeal, which we'll walk through now. First, the appellant states a concern about the project's proximity to the fault line and questions whether proper seismic hazard analysis has been conducted by qualified technical experts. So a fault hazard evaluation and a geotechnical exploration for the project has been completed by consulting firm NGO. These documents, which are attached to this agenda item, conclude that the site is suitable for the proposed development, provided that the report's recommendations are incorporated into the project. This notably includes the construction of a pair of buried reinforced keyways immediately upslope of the project, and these will serve to help stabilize the hillside in a ground-shaking event. Moreover, the project complies with all of the objective standards related to proximity to fault traces, meaning that per SB 330, denial of the project on these grounds would go against the requirements of the Housing Accountability Act. Senior engineer Scott Wickstrom and some representatives from the consulting firm NGO, sorry everyone, are on hand to answer any questions the council may have on this topic. Secondly, the appellant group states that many residents nearby the project site were unaware of the proposed project. Over the course of the past year and a half, staff has sent out 3 different postcard mailings on this project. While the municipal code only requires notification of neighbors within a 300-foot radius, staff actually expanded that to a 500-foot radius for the second 2 mailings, which more than doubled the number of postcards sent out. Additionally, the applicant hosted a pair of community meetings via Zoom, giving neighbors further opportunity to ask questions and express concerns. So these outreach efforts went above and beyond what is required in a good faith effort to reach as many interested neighbors as possible. Third, the appellant group states concern about the traffic congestion this project may cause, particularly along Tennyson and 16th Street. A local transportation analysis for the project was prepared by transportation consultant Kittleson and Associates, and that is also attached to this agenda item. The recommendations included in the LTA were incorporated as conditions of approval. And for example, this includes the requirement that the applicant submit a transportation demand management plan as part of the building permit process. They need to install an inbound left turn lane into the project site on Tennyson to help alleviate some of that school pickup and drop-off queuing that could occur. And there will also be required to install some new high-visibility crosswalks in multiple locations. Secondly, as mentioned earlier, the vehicular entrances for the residential components of the site and the school components of the site will be separated, again to help separate some of that school drop-off pickup traffic from the existing residential neighborhood on 16th Street. Again, I'll reiterate that the project complies with all objective standards related to traffic management, meaning that the denial of the project on these grounds would go against the requirements of SB 330. Representatives from Kittleson are available to answer any questions that the council may have on this topic. Fourth, the appellant raised a concern about the amount of parking provided on site and the potential impact to the on-street parking in the surrounding neighborhood. As stated earlier, the project fully complies with all objective parking standards per SB 330, and this includes meeting the municipal code's parking requirement for the school portion of the site and greatly exceeding the amount of parking that the city can require for the residential portion of the site due to the density bonus nature of the project. Additionally, I'll mention there is some potential for shared parking between the residential and the school site. So in the evenings and on the weekends, there can be some spillover parking for residential use while the school is not in session. Fifth, one of the appellants was unable to provide comment during the public comment period of the Planning Commission hearing due to technological issues with Zoom. Staff obviously deeply regrets that the public experienced any difficulty using the Zoom app during the Planning Commission meeting, and we hope that this shift to a hybrid meeting, even though we're running into a few options or little issues tonight, is making anyone who experiences technological barriers to have a different option to come in person. Fortunately, in the case of the appellant who was not able to provide public comment during the Planning Commission hearing, that same person had provided comments to staff ahead of time, so those comments were reflected in both staff's presentation and the staff report for that item. And then finally, the appellant group expressed concern that the proposed development may impact the ability of Tennyson Road to serve as an evacuation route during an emergency for, say, the reserve community up the hill or some of the other communities along Tennyson. The fire department has reviewed the proposed project, and it determines that it meets all fire code requirements in terms of egress. Both the proposed project and the reserve community up the hill have two means of egress, so neither of them would actually have to rely solely on Tennyson in an emergency. And additionally, the local transportation analysis found that the project would result in no traffic operational deficiencies on Tennyson. So again, all the objective standards have been met on this topic, meaning that denial of the project on these grounds would go against the requirements of SB 330. And the fire chief is available if anyone has any specific questions on the evacuation routes. So in addition to staff's analysis on the specific grounds of appeal, staff has determined that not only is the project consistent with the council's approved conceptual plan for parcel group 3, but it also complies with all of the objective standards per SB 330. So in summary, the project site is located within a half-mile of the South Hayward BART station with 2 different routes to access the station by foot or bike. There's new trail connections that will ensure that residents and school children have direct access to the new regional park that will be right at their doorstep. The clustered style of development preserves open space views for a number of the existing residents along 16th Street. And then perhaps just most importantly, the project provides critically needed affordable housing to the city, as well as a high-quality school, which offers a range of supportive wraparound services. So tonight, the City Council is being asked to consider and make a decision on the appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of the project's entitlement application. If the appeal is denied and the Planning Commission's approval is upheld, the project would be immediately entitled. Now, the sale of parcel group 3 would then be subject to a disposition and develop agreement that is tentatively scheduled to be brought before this body next month. And then if the DDA is approved, then the applicant would be eligible to complete the building permit and grading permit process. So with that, it's staff's recommendation that the City Council deny the appeal and adopt the resolution approving the site plan review, administrative use permit, and density bonus application. If the council has any questions, as has been mentioned, staff, the applicant team, various project consultants are all available. But in addition, if the mayor will allow, both the appellant group and the applicant have been told that they'll have a brief 5-minute opportunity to address the council directly before council questions. Thank you. And for our city clerk, I believe the appellants that will be providing comment are providing comments online, and they will be participating via Zoom. And their names are Sandhya, Mutreya, and Kushal.
Okay. And now I understand we are going to go ahead and hear a 5-minute statement presentation from the appellant, and I believe that you are getting them on board and they are going to be presenting remotely from.
That's correct.
Could you say again who they are?
Sandhya Mutreya. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. And Kushal.
Okay, thank you.
My understanding is that they both have their hands raised.
I see. I see Kushal, so are we able to get, is that one of them? Yes. Go ahead. I'm sorry, are you presenting for the appellant? Okay, you have 5 minutes for the entire appellant presentation. Are you ready to begin? All right, so go ahead, and are you sharing this with someone else? All right, but the entire presentation is 5 minutes, so Madam City Clerk, will you go ahead and use the timer? And once she does that, then we can go ahead.
Mayor, just a point of clarification. Do we set the timer for 5 minutes now?
Yes.
Okay, we'll go ahead and set that. Thank you.
All right, are we ready to go?
Yes, go
Okay,
ahead.
go ahead and begin. Okay, your time, I'll have to ask you to wrap up right now. Okay. All right, thank you. And now we're going to have a statement presentation by the applicant, and we have also allocated 5 minutes for them. Get ready to start that. I think we have I think there are 2 project sponsors here, so I think if you want to just go ahead and introduce, and I guess you're ready to do the 5 minutes. And all right, so if you'll each introduce yourself when you come up, and go ahead, Madam
And
City Clerk.
Mayor, sorry to interrupt, there is also a presentation that the applicant has sent me ahead of time, so if we can pull up the applicant screen, I will advance slides.
Oh, okay, you're going to have, okay, so when, are they ready for that? Okay, I'm not seeing it on the screen here, but. Okay, there it is, all right. Go ahead.
Thank you very much.
And let's
Hello.
get the clock going. Okay.
Hello, my name is Kate Blessing Calamora, and I'm a senior project developer with Eden Housing. I'm thrilled to be presenting on the Parcel Group 3 project of joint venture between Eden Housing and the Pacific Companies in partnership with the primary school. Next slide, please. Our joint venture partner, the Pacific Companies, was the largest producer of affordable housing in the country in 2018, and they have over 2 decades of experience developing in the Bay Area and the state and bringing unique experience with developing school facilities. Next slide, please. Eden got our start in Hayward in 1968 with a group of volunteers who held their meetings at the local IHOP on Foothill. We not only develop affordable housing, we are in it for the long game. We have in-house property management and resident services providers, and now our portfolio of properties includes more than 11,000 homes for 25,000 residents. While our reach has grown beyond Hayward, we are still immensely proud of our Hayward roots and continue to operate dozens of affordable properties here. We don't just manage properties in Hayward, we work here too. Our headquarters are on Grand Street right across from the Hayward BART station. Our first large-scale development was Josephine Lum Lodge, a senior property with 150 units of affordable housing, which was completed in 1972. Today, Eden has developed or managed 30 properties in Hayward, including Altamira Family and Senior Apartments, just a few blocks away from the Parcel Group 3 project. And here's a site map that you saw before showing both Hayward Parcel Group 3 and Altamira. Next slide, please. We've laid down roots in Hayward, and we're here to stay. In addition to developing and managing our properties, we help residents create pathways out of poverty by promoting housing stability and programming that helps residents reach their goals on a path to personal and economic empowerment. Even though we operate a number of properties in Hayward, there is still unmet need for affordable housing here. In order to afford the fair market rent for a 2-bedroom apartment in Hayward without being considered rent burdened, a household must earn over $90,000 a year, which translates to a housing wage of $43.73. Next slide, please. So what do we mean when we say that our development will be affordable? It means that a police cadet or a department clerk or a nursing assistant or someone who works downtown at a retail establishment will be able to afford a home here. Now I'm going to hand it off to Courtney Garcia, the CEO of the primary school.
Good evening. Thank you. I'm Courtney Garcia with the primary school. On behalf of our Hayward-based families, team, and partners, I want to share our enthusiasm for this project and all that it can bring by way of benefits to children and families in Hayward. Next slide. At the primary school, we believe that raising a child is a team effort. By bringing together all the caring adults in a child's life, starting at an early age, we have seen that every child can learn, be well, and thrive. Next slide. First, we start early. We know that kindergarten readiness is an area of great need. That's why we work with children before preschool begins and then provide full-day preschool. Next, we partner deeply with parents. Sorry, back on the previous slide. We believe that when a parent is well, a child can truly thrive. We provide parent wellness coaching, and we support parents to access services. Lastly, we collaborate directly with clinicians, both at Kaiser Sleepy Hollow and through Tiburcio Vasquez and other medical homes. Next slide. Over the past 3 years, we have listened to parents, to community members, to understand how this program could build on strengths and fill gaps in the community. Next slide. 3 weeks ago, we officially opened our preschool in rented space. Deep relationships in this community have helped us to reach out to a diverse and powerful community of Hayward families. 94% of children enrolled are Hayward students. 94% of families qualify for California State Preschool based on income. And right now, there are 10 different languages spoken by families, including Spanish, English, Farsi, Arabic, Cantonese, Mandarin, Tagalog, Vietnamese, Tigrinya, and Tongan. We are building a truly partnership-driven program. I'll share a couple of examples. Our partnership with Kaiser Permanente allows us to do early developmental screening and collaborate directly to address a child's needs. Partnering with Tiburcio Vasquez will provide critical on-site dental services for children. And over the past 2 years, the primary path we've been exploring is an innovative district partnership school with Hayward Unified. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about this project. No matter what the school structure is, this program will continue to reflect active and ongoing input from families, partners, and community members.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for the presentations. Now we're going to go to council for questions. And I'm going to first ask my colleagues up here. One of them just disappeared. But do either of you have any? Oh, there he is. Councilmember Zermania or Councilmember Lim? Yes, you have questions? Yes, I do. Go ahead, Councilmember Zermania.
Thank you for the report. I just have 2 minor questions. One of them, we seem to always keep hearing about folks not knowing about these projects, and that's one of the reasons today for this project. So can we think of something to make sure that folks really, for us to make sure that they are listening or that they have received it? Maybe of the 300 folks who live in the area, maybe spend a couple of hours calling 10 of them at random. Did you hear this? Did you receive it? And if they did not, well, then we need to do something. But I'm hoping that we can come up with something to try to do away with that. And then my other question is, are we planning to do anything with the lack of lighting on 16th Street? What is it?
Yes, just to quickly address the first item, yes, this is an ongoing conversation with planning staff and others in the city. We're constantly trying to think of other outreach areas. Unfortunately, it's true. I mean, I do it with my own mail. Sometimes people get a postcard mailer and they, disregard it or not paying attention to it until we get to a public hearing. With this project, since it is one of the parcel group projects, we also luckily had channels and emails to send out some information via interested groups that way, but clearly we missed some people. So that is an ongoing thing that we're working at and improving as a city. And then regarding the lighting on 16th Street, yes, there are conditions of approval included as part of the project that will address that and improve lighting conditions on that street.
That's excellent. And I'm glad that they bring it up. And whenever you're ready, Mayor, I'm ready for a motion.
Well, we're not ready for that yet. We have questions. And Councilmember Lamnon?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes. So I had a question about, so thank you everybody for your work on this, and I did meet with the applicants and traded some emails with the appellants. So this is proposed as an all-electric project, including the school. And I just wondered briefly if maybe it's the fire chief, maybe it's our city staff, this side of the dais or that side of the dais, to give a little bit of, is there anything we need to be concerned about if this area blacks out in terms, especially because there's a school there. If they were to lose power, I know there's solar, but that doesn't go directly to the buildings. So can you help me think about that a little bit?
Yeah, I'm defer to the fire chief. Do you have some thoughts on that in terms of an all-electric project? It is something we're moving a lot of our development towards all-electric. Do you have anything to add, Chief Contreras?
Yeah, I think I understood the question. I have a hard time hearing over here. The question is there a concern about power outages because it's an all-electric project?
Correct. The safety of both the students and the residents if we should have, extended power outage.
Got it. So the life safety features on the building that have been approved will allow for egress of the building. As far as surrounding areas and the power, of course, anytime the power is out, that presents some challenges for people to move out and about. But I don't think any more so than any other neighborhood or any other apartment dwelling.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was trying to determine. Appreciate that. And then lastly, yeah, I think that's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Salinas?
Yes. Before I ask my question, I also wanted to make a disclosure. I noticed on the last slide, there was the logo of the Hayward Promise neighborhood. And for those who don't know, I work for the Hayward Promise neighborhood. And so I want to be clear that I do not benefit in any way from the primary school. The Hayward Promise neighborhood does not give the Hayward Primary School money, and vice versa. We do not, the Hayward Promise neighborhood does not benefit from any proceeds from the primary school. So I just wanted to say that, and so that there was any confusion. I did have one question regarding the earthquake matter, proximity to the fault line. And, I know it's nearly impossible to build anything in Hayward, in the Hayward Hills, and not be confronted with proximity issues to the fault line. And I guess the question I have is, in prior developments, what kinds of mitigations have been made, and are there similarities to this project, or are there parallels that we have done in other projects close to the fault line in this project?
So I'm going to ask if James Yang from NGO could come up and talk. He's the geotech engineer on this project, and he can talk about other projects and very familiar with building in California in and around fault lines.
Yeah, so my name is James Yang. I'm a senior geotechnical engineer with NGO. And so we perform the fault exploration or fault evaluation and also the geotechnical exploration. So you are correct that California in general is a seismically active area. And I think one of the questions that you had was, what are some, is this project, I guess, unique in terms of mitigation measures, right?
Put another way, yes.
Yes, and I would say that from the perspective, from a geotechnical perspective, no. So part of the mitigation that goes into making a project like this work is there's going to be a significant level of what we call corrective grading. And that corrective grading, I think Elizabeth mentioned before that there are some keyways that are going to be built. And one way that you can look at keyways is that if you have a slope, and I apologize for anyone who can't see me, but if you have a slope, at the bottom of the slope, you reinforce it. And so we do state in our report that seismic slope stability is a potential hazard, but we provide recommendations for addressing that hazard. So I would say that what we've recommended is pretty typical. Like you say, developments that are near fault lines are not unique, especially in this development scene. So.
Okay, and then second question I have, and if you can stay there, I'd be appreciative. I do know that school construction or to construct schools, architectural design or the engineering of school buildings are different to other public buildings. I don't know, you can correct me if I'm wrong. And so I guess my question here is, what kinds of engineering, I guess, characteristics are in the school part that ensure safety or ensure stability and durability of the building? If I asked that correctly.
Yeah, I think I can navigate that. So when we work on school projects, our reports end up going to the Division of State Architect. And when it goes to the Division of State Architect, it then gets reviewed by the California Geological Survey. They reference what we refer to in the industry as Note 48, and Note 48 has a checklist of items that will be reviewed for compliance. So it's very thorough, I would say. I would say that a lot of consultants sometimes have trouble getting through Note 48 without any comments. We as a company are pretty familiar with Note 48 and pride ourselves on getting through that. So I would say that there's beyond the City of Hayward's review process, there would also be, for a school project, an additional level of review.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Marquez. Yes.
That's correct. That's a great question. Senior engineer for the city, Scott Wickstrom, is actually on Zoom. Miriam, this is going to be the first time we test this, but if we could bring him up to answer that question, I think he would be the best suited person.
Yeah, generally, council member, with any project, access and egress are the primary concerns of the fire department, along with water supply. This project initially had because it is a unique shaped lot, had some challenges that the developer met by doing what we refer to as an alternative methods or means to reach the access around the buildings that we desired. So they are meeting the California Fire Code and have enhanced the life safety measures above the state fire code in response to some of our requests for increased sprinkler heads, an additional egress, and movement of one of the play structures so that we have better access and an improved road in and around the facility. We worked with them also on the turnabout and the location so that we have adequate turnarounds and hammerheads so that we can access all three buildings. We look at them as kind of a single complex, even though the school is separate from the two dwelling units. As far as police access and egress, I can't speak to that, but generally speaking, those reviews are accommodated in the fire review. No, they're very amenable, very pleasant to work with, and I think I understood the concerns that we brought to the table and remedied those and worked together for some mitigating factors so that the project could move forward.
I'll actually invite the applicant to speak to this directly, but yes, it's a 100% affordable project. There are units of different sizes meant to target different households, but I'll defer to Kate.
You're correct. Councilmember Marquez, it is a property for families. Yes, we are going to have, I believe it's 47 three-bedroom apartments. So parking generally at our properties is handled on a first come, first served basis. So that would be one parking stall per unit. But that would be something we would work out with management ahead of lease up.
I'll also add, sorry, Councilmember Marquez, that there is a transportation demand management plan that can address some of these things and look at ways to reduce parking demand overall, and that's something that we will, that we are requiring through a condition of approval in the building permit phase.
Yes, we'll have two staff living on site, so two night managers who make nightly walks as part of their job description. They could call up the night manager, property manager. They also know where Eden's offices are on Grand Street, so we're very accessible and we strive to be a good neighbor.
Thank you. Councilmember Wahab.
The short answer to that is yes, but I'll turn it back over to Scott Wickstrom for the long answer. Correct.
Councilmember Wahab, a question, we're in the question period now. We haven't had the public hearing yet, so.
We have, over the course of the Parcel Group 3 project, and again, this started years ago with this conceptual plan. Over the course of that, there is an effort through our city communications to put out things in our website, on our Facebook feeds. For this project, during kind of some of these big items that has occurred through those same kind of Parcel Group feeds, But to your point, it's something that staff is looking at, and we're constantly thinking of ways to improve. Based on the size of the site, no, not feasibly. Again, the developable area of the site is incredibly small. We worked with the applicant extensively. They worked with staff. Even though they are only required to provide 88 parking spaces for the residents, they heard the concerns. They wanted to provide as many as possible, and 183 is kind of the maxed out number based on the site constraints. The acreage of the developable part is about 7 acres, but that includes some Yeah, so we had another item that will be coming before the council this evening is La Vista Park. There was a lot of negotiation between the city and the La Vista Park team and the Parcel Group 3 project and figuring out exactly where the project boundaries should be. And for various reasons, it was decided that this alignment is best. You know, the parking lot as it is now already extends pretty far to the north along 16th Street. A lot of people were concerned that, you know, if there's somebody unloading groceries or like a mom with a stroller or something like that, we don't want to extend it too far out because it just makes it infeasible or unlikely to give a lot of benefit of a close parking space for units. So again, you know, this is an imperfect site. It has a lot of site constraints. This was kind of, after many iterations, the best site plan that staff and the applicant could come up with. So from my understanding from the appellant's concerns that are, again, provided to council, so you can read them directly yourself, one of the appellants was participating in the Zoom meeting. She thought she had her hand raised in the app. It didn't appear that she had her hand, like the little hand icon had that come up. So she was not called on during the public comment period. So there's some, you know, either function on our end, function on her end, I'm not sure. She was not able to speak during the public comment period, even though she had a desire to do so. As I mentioned, that same appellant had provided comments previously to the city, so at least some of her concerns were presented in the staff presentation and staff report, but that's the main problem, as I understand it. Yes, and that has been included as conditions of approval directly in response to these neighborhood concerns. And Councilmember Wahab, are you referring to the recommendations in terms of the geotech analysis or the transportation, the parking? The answer is yes to all of them, but I want to make sure I respond specifically. Yes, so as part of the conditions of approval for the project and through the grading permit process, because there's a whole second process that goes on for the grading of this project, yes, all of those what are in the technical reports are included as recommendations. That's really just language that comes from our consultants. We as the city require those things to be done to ensure these projects are safe and that we're, you know, mitigating any concerns or risk or anything that may be present at the site due to its proximity to a fault line, for example. I actually have not, as the project planner, have not received direct feedback from the school board, but the school team is still in negotiation with the school board. I don't know if, Courtney, if you want to speak a little bit to where we are right now.
Yes, so I'll share that I briefly shared during my somewhat breathless 2 minutes speaking before that over the last 2 years, our primary focus has been really exploring an innovative district partnership school with Hayward Unified. We're really inspired by the vision around community schools that Hayward Unified has set forth and has been building towards. Our plan was to conclude that planning process in May. Given school reopenings and everything going on last spring, we agreed to extend the process through this fall. We're really grateful to the more than 25 staff and parents who have participated in multiple design retreats and planning sessions around that potential partnership. The model will require some flexibility, but we feel really hopeful and really optimistic about where we are in the planning process. And I do want to say, just first specifically, we are committed to teachers and school staff being compensated fairly, given the importance of their role. All aspects of pay and working conditions, if we arrive at a partnership with Hayward Unified, would be explicitly agreed upon by labor partners.
Thank you. And I'm going to, once again, ask everybody to, I think especially who's here in this chambers, to speak really directly into the microphone. I was asked to do that. I know I'm missing a lot of what people are saying, unfortunately. But I think if we all try, we will get there.
It does sound muffled to a degree. So sometimes when in your presentation, it came out really clear, and then the rest of the time was, so most are muffled.
I think really trying to speak right into the microphone is very important. So I do have one question, though, that really I don't think has been touched on, unless it was something I wasn't able to hear. That has to do with, a lot of the density bonus and reasons to support this housing is the fact that the site is within a half mile of a major transit stop, the South Hayward BART station, and however, distance is not always the only factor when considering whether you want to walk somewhere. And for me, I know I live very close to Mission Boulevard, and I do walk up and down between my house, but walking back up can be, a lot more, take a lot more energy and than sometimes I have. So, and this site has those challenges as well. And I know that I heard something about steps, and so I just would, if either you or the applicant could go over a little more again about exactly what steps are being taken to make that walk more feasible up into both to the school and to the, the housing. I think once you're up there, you're probably on a more flat terrain, but you have to get a little ways up Tennyson to actually do that. So if you could talk about that a little.
Yes, and I apologize for anyone if it was unclear to hear me before. I'll try to stay really close. Please just give me a signal if you cannot understand me rather than letting me go on. But yes, the topography of the site is admittedly very challenging. So the most direct route from BART to the site is via Tennyson. Of course, as anyone who's driven up Tennyson knows, there is a slope there on Tennyson Road itself, and additionally to that, there's an elevation change between Tennyson and the site itself. So for those people that do want to take the most direct route, want to use this as part of their exercise getting to and from BART, there is a path to do that. They can use the bike lanes that are existing and proposed. Some are going to be improved along Tennyson.
to take that directly to BART or to walk on the sidewalks to BART. There are two options at that point. They can either, the shortest route would be to walk up a set of stairs, kind of leading kind of to the side of the school site. The other option would be to walk a little bit further or bike a little bit further and use the curved driveway access. Now, admittedly, speaking for myself, I am not the most advanced cyclist. That might be a little much for me. So for people that are kind of in my boat, or maybe they're pushing a stroller, or that just don't want to do an intense workout on their way to work or way home from work, the other route that is identified is, again, has some slope to it, but it's much more gradual. So this would be from the northern portion of the site by the parking lot. You'd go down Hancock Street, which has a little bit of a slope, but it's not as dramatic as Tennyson. Go through Mission Boulevard, there are crosswalks and sidewalks, and then go down 12th Street to the BART station. That's a half mile in length, so again, it's a little bit longer, but it's not prohibitively long for most people.
Okay, and where were these steps located with? That was on the Tennyson side?
Yes, the steps are on the Tennyson side, and generally speaking, they lead from the side of the school down that kind of grade change to the street on Tennyson.
And that's actually below where the road is going to come in from? Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, I've got that. Thank you, and I was able to understand you. So with that, oh, sure, go ahead. Councilmember Marquez.
Hold on, let me get an update from staff. I can't hear her from sitting up here.
Yeah.
That was really clear, Mayor. I don't know what you did, but it was very clear.
What?
You're being very clear right now.
Oh, good, okay.
Just
Actually,
so
that changed.
we have updated on Channel 15 and on YouTube. There's a little banner that the staff has put on there to, if people can, to join the actual Zoom call, either by phone or the Zoom application. Again, because council members who are in the Zoom app and here in the chambers can hear everyone and hear public comments, we are able to proceed with the hearings this evening. The full recording will be posted after the meeting, but we would encourage everyone to join in via the Zoom app or to call the phone number. If they don't have the Zoom application, call the phone number on the agenda to listen in.
All right, I hope everyone's heard that. We're able to hear each other in the room, and the council members on Zoom and the other people on Zoom can hear. And so I hope that the people who are at home will join us via Zoom. But we're going to proceed, and so now we are going to open the public hearing on this item. And I think we do have a number of speakers. So let's go ahead, and it looks like, and I'm going to call on the people who are actually here in the room first, and we'll start with Keena Reese. There.
Good evening. My name is Kiana Reese, and I've been a resident of Hayward for all of my life. I live on Tennyson and Mission in the area that's directly affected by this project. While I do share my neighbors' concerns in regards to traffic in the area, I do feel that my minor inconvenience for projected traffic is far outweighed by the need for families to have affordable housing. Also, the city currently does not offer a full-day public preschool. The primary school brings that option for low-income families to our city. There are thousands of families who have to choose daily between being able to afford housing, food, and childcare for their toddlers. and this is a chance to end that struggle for many of us. I read over the appellant's petitions, and one reason listed on the petition stated that this project would bring lots of unwanted citizens to Hayward. I am pleading for the council to uphold the commission's approval to show that all people are welcome, valued, and loved in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Pearlinda Howell. Yes.
Good
You want
evening.
the red light on there. Okay, thank you. Go ahead. You've got it. You've got it.
You can hear me? Okay. Good evening. My name is Pearlinda Howell, and I'm a proud parent of the founding families of the primary school in Hayward. Since joining the program a little over a year ago, my husband and I have both been amazed by the school's holistic approach to education, their active parent support, and their convenient connection to community resources and activities. In recognizing that supporting a child's foundation in the home is an important aspect in the success of her learning, the primary school makes us feel valued and an active part of our child's education. I grew up in Hayward Public Schools, K through 12, graduating in 2006, locally earned my BA at UC Berkeley thereafter, and served several social services positions in the community. So I'm proud that my child has current and potential opportunities to grow up in the community that I did. As my world expanded with my first child, this school program has been a blessing for my 4-year-old daughter, myself, and my family. As a new parent, it has been a blessing to be connected with this program as a support and partnership in raising my child. I am here tonight to briefly share my experience of the school this far in hopes that the school will continue for years to come, as I know it will make a great impact on the lives of our children. I appreciate this opportunity to share with you all, and I hope you have a great evening.
Thank you. And then I think, is Nancy Mongia here or speaking from outside? There's
Mayor Halliday, I believe she was planning on joining, but I don't see her on Zoom. So if we have Nancy Mungia.
Okay, so let's go to, I'm sorry, you just took her name. Let's go to Julia Zhang, and then we'll come back to the Zoom speakers. Okay.
Yes, one moment.
So Julia Zhang, are you in the chambers here?
She is in a conference room. I will go ahead and wait for her to come in with the interpreter.
Okay.
One moment, please.
comment 已经送出去了，我就不重复了。
My main comments has already delivered to all the council members, so I am not going to repeat those things here.
我要求大概6分钟去放一个 recordings， 他们想说的都在里边，这正是我想说的。
Instead, I would ask for permission to play some recording clippings for the next 6 minutes. I would like to be permitted to do that.
Is he translating those?
Yes.
Don't need the translation. The recording.
The recording is in English.
Okay, then you don't get 6 minutes to do that.
It's okay? OK。
Yeah.
他说那个不需要翻译的话，就会给你6。
So I agree with the concept, but I don't agree with the execution. First off, what I've reviewed, the plans that I see here, and sort of the discussion we've had about plans are changing. We have renderings that are inaccurate. In many communities, we wouldn't even be here with this kind of level of detail. So I don't really understand how cyclists access this facility. I don't agree that this is walkable at all. I guess I just don't really understand how the general plan identifies this use in this location. I mean, I understand objective standards. I think there needs to be a better look at how these are being defined. I guess one thing that sort of really bothers me about this is when we talk about folks that might need to gain access to the bus, those with physical challenges might have a really difficult time gaining access to buses on Mission Boulevard. And I know that paratransit is available, but paratransit is a taxpayer-funded service. So why are we developing a project in a location that's going to need to expand paratransit? I guess this is not the proper topography for this type of land use. Now, this final part's going to be super hypocritical because I live in the hills, but I sort of think that the hills of Hayward never should have been developed. And I would like to point out, when you look up in the hills of Fremont, it's beautiful. You look on the peninsula up into the hills, it's completely overbuilt. You know, trying to build a 66-foot tall structure in this location, I think is really a visual challenge, and I think it really degrades from the beauty of Hayward. So I do not support this project as designed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ali Sullivan.
Thank you. A couple thoughts here. First, I want to thank everyone for the presentations this evening. Details, much appreciated. In theory, I think this is a very good project. Obviously, maybe not obviously, but I am supportive of public housing. I'm supportive of the ability to include community services in the facility. I'm supportive of the school project. And I'm very supportive of development around public transit. In practice, though, I don't love this project for a couple of reasons. First off, I fundamentally don't think you should be building on top of or extremely adjacent to a fault line.
Okay, I'm sorry, Ms. Young, your time is up.
Particularly, 5- or 6-story building with high
Yeah,
density.
I was watching it, and you have now taken up 3 minutes, so thank you.
Again, almost unfathomable that you would want to put a school with close to 400 students
I'm sorry,
on top of a fault line.
Yes, you can turn it off, thank you.
With Commissioner Stevens, and as I alluded to earlier,
Okay, thank you.
I asked for 6 minutes, I got approved.
I'm sorry, the time is doubled when you're having it translated, but you were not doing that, so.
6分钟是假定需要做翻译，翻成英语才算6分钟。
The time is 3 minutes,
他说要不
but
13分钟。
for people who need their translation, it's 6 minutes, so thank you for the comments.
I got an email from Elizabeth, I have 5 minutes. Okay, it's fine, I accept. Okay.
All right, and we have received your comments in writing too, and I know that we've all read them.
What they said is exactly what I want to say. I am not opposed affordable house, but need to be in the
Thank you.
safe place, not 不能因为是 affordable house 把它们放在危险的地方，这是一点。
You cannot just because you are building affordable housing, you put it in unsafe, geographically unsafe area. Yeah.
然后还有那个
I'm sorry, Ms. Yang, you need to sit down, please, now.
所以不能再讲。
Yes, your time is up. Thank you. Okay. Yes, you may give them to the city clerk, and she will, yes. All right, so we're going to move to the Zoom speakers now. I hope we are going to be able to hear them. So we have,
Mayor Halliday, sorry
Yes?
to interrupt. I believe we have 2 speakers in the audience who submitted cards, and I think you have them.
I'm not seeing that on my list here, so will you then go ahead and announce them?
Yeah, per Linda,
Oh, I'm sorry. No, they both, she spoke.
they spoke already.
Yes.
Okay, all right. My
Yeah.
apologies.
All right, so we're going to go to the Zoom.
Madam City Clerk, I'm sorry, there were 2 speakers who put their names in under public comment. Are they're here, they haven't come up
Those were
yet.
the ones
They
that I was
have
referring
spoken.
to.
No, those women in the back of the room. They put their names in
All right,
earlier.
okay, yeah, I don't know, their names aren't on here.
The names that I have are the following. I'm displaying them right now. If you wish to speak and you were not called, would you please come forward?
Yeah, I think we called them under public comment, and so I think it didn't reset for item 10. That's probably what happened, Miriam.
Okay.
Yes, I believe the name that I have up there was the one that was submitted during public comment, but my apologies. If you haven't been called, please come forward.
Just come forward and state your name.
My name's Colleen Hutchings. I live on East 16th Street. I would like to point out that East 16th is not a standard street. It is a very narrow street. It is wide enough for one modern fire engine to go down, and you can't pass anything when the fire truck has the street. I would also like to point out that the Pinecrest and the Pine View and the Crestview apartment complex, their tenants have taken all the street parking on Hancock, Webster, and East 16th, and you are short about 100 parking spaces for this development. There's no place for them to park. Currently, the school traffic from Moreau High School and St. Clements comes up Hancock and zooms down East 16th to get to the schools. Hancock, by the way, is a steep street. It is not as steep as East Tennyson, but it's extremely steep, and people aren't walking to BART down that street. I've also noticed that every housing complex that you have put up recently in Hayward, all the street parking has disappeared. You're not adding enough parking to your complexes. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next, just come on down and.
Hi, my name is Patricia Davis, and I also live on East 16th Street. I'm neighboring to Colleen.
Can you maybe pull the mic down just a little bit more? Yeah, thanks.
Okay. My name is Patricia Davis. I do live on East 16th Street, neighboring Colleen. I have the same issues as she does. The concern about the congestion and the traffic on East 16th Street is really something that needs to be addressed and looked at. I know you have tried to explain it, which I didn't really understand all of it because I couldn't hear all of it, truthfully. But I've addressed the issues with Moreau High School and St. Clements when school is in, and it's just atrocious trying to get out of my driveway. So that's my concern about the increased traffic, and want you really to look at that. The other thing about the height of the buildings that are proposed, I think it's 5 stories, right? And I'd like to look at that maybe versus 3 stories versus 5 stories. I don't know. I mean, I'm not a geologist, I'm not an engineer. But as far as it being on the fault line, I mean, my house is really close to the fault line. But at the time when we had it built, it was pier, I don't know, there was piers going down underneath the dirt and all that, so. Is there anything else? I want to also, I was very impressed with the city council members discussing concerns that were raised by our neighbors and really address them fully. I thought it was really well done, and I appreciate it. And I also appreciate the fire department talking in our behalf as well, because, you know, you look at these recent fires and you wonder. So anyway, thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, now, unless there is someone else in, Keena Reese, she spoke, I believe, didn't she? Keena Reese? Okay, so we're going to go now, we're going to go to the Zoom, and so I have RT. RT, are you wanting to speak on this item, and are you with us? Yes. Thank you. Next, we have Karen Rosenberg, and after that's going to be Lacey Amadei. Yes. Thank you. Next, Lacey Amadei, and to be followed by me school tutor. Thank you. Next, me school tutor. He'll be followed by Ginny Madsen. Thank you. Next, Ginny Mattson, followed by Jim Clark. Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Jim Clark, followed by Blake Felson, and I'll ask staff if they want to, at the end of the public comment, perhaps comment on that question, if they understood it. So go ahead. Yes. Thank you. Blake Felson, followed by Chai. Yes. Thank you, and if you want to hang on after this item, item number 12 is regarding La Vista Park, and as far as I can remember, the parking is pretty much further up the hill, right?
Correct. Generally speaking, I'm also the planner on La Vista Park. There is actually going to be a small parking lot right off of 16th Street for the park project, right kind of north of the parking lot for this project.
Okay,
But
thank
yes,
you.
there's several spots of parking, and most of it is up the hill.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Chai, followed by Alexandra Barcelo. Yes. Thank you. Alexandra Barcelo. And she'll be followed by Ro Aguilar. Yes. Thank you. Ro Aguilar, followed by Daniela G. Thank you. Daniela G., followed by Jessica Poplow. Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. Jessica Pablo. Thank you. There are no other requests to speak that I can see either here in the chambers or on Zoom. So I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing, and I will entertain council comments and a motion hopefully on this. And I think I'd like to, well, we started the, yes? I think that's a little bit too much to ask. I mean, there were a number of speakers, and there were speakers on both sides of the issue. They raised a lot of similar concerns, both supporting the project and opposing the project. Raised seismic and parking and traffic questions were among the chief comments of the people opposing the project. The need for affordable housing and support of the primary school were made on behalf of the project. And I don't know, I can't give you a tally, but they were fairly even. All right, thanks. Now, would you like? Okay, let's see. We have. Council members Arminio. All right, I'm going to try. So, all right, we'll start again on the dais here, and I'll go to Council Member Salinas.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I take every development seriously up here. I've been up here some time, and we've, and we've approved developments, and we've opposed developments. And so when I read staff's report, and when I read all of the email, particularly the email that is opposed to this, written by Julie Zhang, and I believe it was written by, probably in collaboration with neighbors and others. It was thoughtful, and I think her and her neighbors articulated, their concerns. And also listening to public comment, and I listen to the neighbors, and I know, and I'm also very familiar with that area. I know it's a tight space up there, and I know you also have St. Clement's, and you got Moreau Catholic High School up there, and so I say all of that because. For myself, and I'm sure the others up here, and my colleagues that are online, we read these staff reports, we read the analyses, we listen to the experts, and when we decide, and when we make decisions up here, we take them very seriously, and that's why we bring in our expert staff, and we bring in, our expert engineers and geotechnical engineers. Of course, our public safety, I know Chief Contreras takes public safety very seriously. I think his reputation and his expertise on matters of this are incredibly respected throughout the city. And so, and this is a very complex project, and I think my colleagues would agree to that. This is not a, we're building nowadays in very tight spaces that require a lot of expertise and a lot of incredible engineering feats, that I've seen. And so I think for me personally, I think there are some community benefits for this project. One is the whole affordable housing element. The need for affordable housing today in the city is high. The need for housing, medium income, moderate, low, and very low income families is high. It's necessary, and I think this project meets that goal, a goal that we all, I think, as a council, has set for ourselves. The other, I think, expectation that this project meets, at least for me, is it is a quite innovative cooperation between development and education. We're getting a school, and where is much needed. The school is going to be focusing on, it's got K-12, but with an incredible high focus on preschool and before kindergarten. And I have colleagues that are in early childhood education today, and they're the first ones to tell me every time, learning doesn't start the day before kindergarten. And we need schools that focus on primary grades before kindergarten, and this project does that. And thirdly, reading the geotechnical report and listening to our expert, and of course listening to staff, I do think it does meet the threshold, and also listening to the testimony of our fire chief, I think public safety is paramount, and it will be protected. So for those three reasons, I'll be supporting this project, and with that, I'd like to move the item.
Second.
Okay, so the staff recommendation has been moved by Councilmember Salinas and seconded by Councilmember Zermano. Councilmember Zermano, would you like to talk about the?
Am I next?
Yes, you're next.
Okay, real close to the microphone so it's people can hear me.
Yes, please.
Yes, colleague Salinas is correct. It is a complex project. Both sides really presented good arguments, but one side swayed me or the other. And there are 8 reasons really as to why I support the project. Let's see. It's electrical, no more gas, so that's good. Let's see, over 1,300 square feet of open space right next to a 50-acre open space, La Vista Park, which we'll be talking about later on. And that's always something very, very important. It is safe geologically and public safety-wise, as per our fire chief. Trees and solar panels, that's something that's always dear to my heart. A lot of trees on the complex and solar energy, EV stations, that's something that's important. I won't get into the parking because I think there are a million parking slots out there. I believe that we are going to try, or the city will try to do something with 16th Street so that there is no parking there. It was approved by the Planning Commission. Let's see. And then 176 affordable units. And as we all know, people keep moving to the Bay Area, people keep moving to Hayward, and they all want affordable units. We have something like 489 unhoused homeless individuals. Of course, these folks will not be able to rent there, but I think it's we have folks who are one check away, they tell me, from becoming homeless, and that's certainly something for them. Our two daughters moved away from Hayward because they couldn't afford to live in Hayward, so that's not something that's good. I mentioned trees and open space, and then we have many children in the city of Hayward, and we have a school here that has gone out and established some partnerships with a lot of good different organizations, including Eden Housing. And it is being built and managed by Eden Housing. They have a long history of doing this. And one of my top reasons is that it is going to be a definite improvement to Tennyson Road community. And I've been a resident of Tennyson Road corridor and community since 1978. And that's something that in my mind is very, very important, because at the end of Tennyson Road, on the east side, it will be a gateway into this particular school and project, and to La Vista Park, and to the quarry, which is off to the right. So I'm hoping my colleagues also vote along with this project. And thank you all the folks who spoke for and against the project. Very, very important. Staff, thanks for the good work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lamnon.
Thank you. I really want to appreciate everybody who spoke, both in person and online, and by email, at the Planning Commission and here tonight, and for the conversations that we've been having throughout the last few years about this project and the community concerns, as well as to our city staff. I, too, will support the denial of the appeal for a lot of reasons that have already been articulated. If folks want to talk with me more, I'm happy to do that, but it's getting on in the evening, and so I'm not actually going to go into all of that. I did want to ask one thing, though. We do periodically do neighborhood conversations, either with the police department or with city staff, and I wonder if there's an opportunity here to do that with the traffic division, with Moreau High and St. Clements, just to sort of try and see if there's some ways to mitigate the existing issues in the neighborhood. Is that a realistic thing?
Yes, and we're also right now engaging in the series of City Hall TU meetings, and I will look and see while the council is making comments on when the meetings are going to be in South Hayward. I know we just had, I think the first meeting we started with Fairway Park, so let me check and see, but that doesn't mean that we can't have a targeted meeting in this area with some folks. So,
okay. I appreciate that. And I think, I wonder about electric bikes being shared, given the hub at the BART station might be part of that traffic demand. Anyway, lots of opportunities here, so thank you to all.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Marquez. Thank you. Councilmember Wahab? Thank you. I'm going to join what sounds like the whole rest of the council in supporting this project. I too have, though, listened to all of the concerns, and they are very, actually the seismic issues aside, many of the other concerns are the same that we are hearing all through the city whenever we entertain any housing project. I don't think in Hayward, there is as much NIMBYism as certainly in some other communities, but we're all concerned about the quality of life and livability of our neighborhoods, and so I appreciate all of the people who came out to comment on this. And I do want to disclose that while I really didn't have meetings with either Eden Housing or the primary school on, in recently on this particular project, I've long had a lot to do with Eden Housing in terms of participating in some of the programs that they have had, and and supporting other projects, the many other projects we have in the city, and the primary school as well. I've had a number of conversations with the leaders of the primary school, and actually recently read a very fascinating book called Don't Let the Pigeon Drive the Bus to a group of 4-year-olds at the present location of their school in San Leandro. So I will disclose that, but I truly also appreciate that the newer and some of these are new residents in Hayward, are relatively new up in the reserve. Some of them along East 16th Street are more longer-term residents, and I appreciate all the comments, but I do think both the developer and the staff have really addressed those issues. We can address the cars issue. The earthquake, let me just say that having been on the 15th floor of a 30-story building in downtown San Francisco on landfill development during the 1989 earthquake, I can tell you that even back then, buildings were being built, even 30-story buildings, to withstand such seismic shaking. And although it was probably the scariest moment of my entire life, I made it, and the building still stands today, and we all made it out just fine. I have faith in our, in our modern, in our engineers to be able to address that. We know we need more density everywhere in the Bay Area if we're going to provide the housing that we need, and that we all can't keep driving cars all by ourselves, to wherever we want to go. We have to find other ways to get ourselves around, and we're trying to do that. And there are projects coming along Mission Boulevard, more rapid bus. We're trying to make better accommodations for bicycles, and cars are going to need increasingly to share the road, and hopefully that will lead to more people finding alternative ways. I think about these developments as we're going up the hill, because I love to walk, but I don't necessarily like to walk uphill, at least in recent years. I don't like that as much. And but there's technology again. I think technology was going to answer, and I envision some small vehicle of like a golf cart size perhaps being on call, and being actually self-driven, because we know that's possible these days, to maybe pick people up down on Mission Boulevard when they get there and take them back up to these houses. That may be a little fantasizing on my part, but I truly believe something like that is going to occur someday. So with that faith, and because we so need the affordable housing and the school that this project, and this is a very innovative school, and it's just exactly what our district needs. These kids will eventually go to Hayward Unified School District, but at some point, but they're going to get really intense help, and the really important part is that they get it when they're 4 years old, before in the preschool time of their lives, so that by the time they get even to kindergarten, they're going to be really ready for it. So I thank everybody involved. I thank the staff for an amazing job all the way through on this project of through the Planning Commission and now with us. Very thorough report, and I know everybody's not pleased with the outcome, but or may not be pleased with the outcome. But it's time for us to vote. So, Madam City Clerk, will you please do a roll call vote?
Yes, Madam Mayor. And for the record, if we could restate who made the motion. That was Councilmember Salinas?
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's the motion to support the staff recommendation was made by Councilmember Salinas and seconded by Councilmember Zermano.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Andrews.
Councilmember Andrews has recused herself on this item.
Thank you. Recused. Councilmember Lamnin.
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Marquez. Councilmember Salinas.
Yes.
Councilmember Wahab. Thank you. Councilmember Zermano.
Sí.
Mayor Halliday.
Yes, and the motion carries with 6 aye votes and 1 member having recused herself. And with that, we are now coming on item number 11, and I'm going to ask my colleagues if they would like a very, yes, I'm seeing yes. We will take a 5-minute recess and be back for item number 11, which is the item regarding the Mission Crossings development. Are we ready? We ready to start? It seems so much emptier now, but all right, I'm going to call this meeting back to order, this meeting of the Hayward City Council. I would just like to remind everyone who, I understand the problem that people are having if you are watching on YouTube or Channel 15, you are having difficulty hearing the speakers who are speaking from Zoom, who actually include council members as well. So I just, there is a way around that by calling in. I'm going to ask, and we've got it broadcast, I know, but
Sure, and I want to apologize. We just realized that the phone number, so if you do not have the Zoom application, you can call in by phone and listen and hear all of the speakers. The only places where it's not working is on the YouTube and Channel 15. Unfortunately, we do have the phone numbers and the meeting ID and passcode, but we realized that that was for last week's meeting, so we're updating that. But it is on the agenda, so the correct meeting is on the agenda, and so I'll just say those out loud here, and then we're going to update the screen share. It's either 1-669-900-6833, or you can call 1-346-248-7799. The meeting ID is 825-5250-6475. And the password is 815-133-1630, and that will be updated on screen momentarily.
Okay, good. Thank you. So we are back, as I said, to now moving on to item number 11 on our agenda, and that is regarding the Mission Crossings development. We're being asked to adopt a resolution approving a request to modify the conditions of approval related to fees, project phasing, and inclusionary housing, and to add some other conditions of approval. And so I will turn this over to, yes. I'm sorry, Councilmember Marquez? Oh, yes, yes, okay. Go ahead. Yes. All right, we'll see you back for item number 12. Thank you. So with that, and did we get Councilmember? Yes, I can see her there. Councilmember Andrews is back with us. Okay, so we're ready to go. And is that going to be? I'll turn it over to Assistant City Manager Ott to start us off.
Great, thank you, Mayor. I'm going to turn over to Sarah Bowser, the Deputy Director of Development Services, who will be making a presentation virtually.
And again, that number, if you need to hear her, is now on the screen, I hope, correct? Yes. Yes. Okay. All right, and if you could take your, screen share there. Thank you. And so I'm going to ask if there are any questions from my colleagues. I'm not seeing anyone with their hands raised here, so so we'll move on to public comments on this item. Is there anyone who would like to speak on the item? Well, come forward and, yes, go ahead, come forward and give your name.
Thank you, Isaac Busby, on behalf of the Heritage Homes. I just wanted to say thank you.
Could you please,
turn on the microphone.
Could you please check your, yes, thank you.
Is that better? There we go.
yes.
Sorry about that. See, I'm out of practice. Thank you for your consideration tonight, and I wanted to say I've spent the last 20 years of my career working on behalf of local government, including with the firm that's actually your lobbyist. And so I've deep respect for your team and especially the staff. Just the work that has gone into the history of this project and the preparation even for tonight is really impressive. So thank you for your consideration and be happy to answer any questions you all may have.
I think, let's see. Councilmember Zermano, do you have a question? No. Okay. I don't think we have any questions. Are there any other, let's see, I think we do have a couple of people on Zoom who want to speak. Danny Johnson? Yes. Thank you. And we have Maha Balachandran. Madam City Clerk, are you, yeah, thank you for the timer. Okay. Yes. Thank you. I don't see any other requests to speak, so I'll close. I think we do have some other requests to speak. Bill Espinola.
Mr. Spinola,
Yeah. Yes, yes, we can hear you. Well, Mr. Espinola, you're asking us to foresee the future and tell you what's going to happen, and we can't. I do know that we are working very hard with the owner of the property, the current owner of the property, and to get a use. And in the meantime, one of the conditions we're talking about tonight is to do something to screen the property. So I can say it's the council's strong desire, and we'll probably, insist on having whatever happens there be some sort of commercial development. But beyond that, I can't, we can't really answer that question. Our next speaker is Nico Nagel. Thank you. Now I do not see any further speakers either on Zoom or Yeah. So I'm going to close public comment on this item and go to my colleagues. I'll call on Councilmember Zermano.
Mayor, thank you, and Sarah. I was looking for Sarah over there. Sarah's somewhere in virtual land. So one of the things that I think all of us up here are always concerned about, and I certainly am, one of my priorities are residents. And in this particular case, our residents are needing some of the amenities that they were promised. And I think if we approve staff's recommendation, they will be able to take advantage and finally be able to drive the way they want to, take care and play in the playground and take advantage of the open space. So those are the main reasons that I move on staff's recommendation. Thank you.
All right, so this motion to approve the staff recommendation is made by Councilmember Zermano, seconded by Councilmember Salinas. Would you like to?
Yeah, thank you. I couldn't help but to think about and reflect immediately after he hung up was Bill Espinola's comments. And, this is, talk about, when we're up here, we have to take sometimes we have to take some tough votes. And this is a tough one for me. Nonetheless, as Councilmember Zermano appropriately put it, we have people living in this development now, and they need access to the amenities. And this project is, and the pandemic has created this scenario where it's, which is making this a very difficult decision. But nonetheless, I think tonight we're making this decision for the benefit of the families that live in this development. And as for what happens in the front, I am sure that this arrangement will, one, improve the front in the short term, create some kind of activity out there that will benefit not only the neighborhood there, but the surrounding neighborhood. And I know our economic development team is looking at this. I know staff is looking at this. So I'm voting for this with the hopes that the neighborhood doesn't look at a big dirt square in the near future. And so with that said, I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Wahab. Thanks. Councilmember Andrews. Okay. Councilmember Lamnon.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to echo the comments of my colleagues and also the appreciation of staff working closely to try and get to resolution. I want to disclose that I did visit. Thank you to the team that hosted the residents out at the site, and appreciated hearing and getting to know folks in our community, and thank you to you all for investing in Hayward. Sorry, I lost my train of thought for 1 second. Yeah, I just wanted to sort of add my disappointment that things were not the way we had promised them. And so in addition to the city's learning, I think there's also, I hope, some learning for the development community, that when Hayward says we want a full, complete community for our residents, we do mean it. And so I appreciate the sides coming together and finding a solution. I look forward to pop-up businesses, pop-up art, whatever it is that makes sense. And to any developer who says, well, we're a housing developer, but you commit to a commercial development, that we mean that commitment. And so it is not okay to abdicate that responsibility. So thank you, everybody, for coming to the table, and I'm happy to support the motion.
Thank you, and I'll be supporting the motion too for many of the reasons that have been expressed, and I do think Councilmember Lamnon just said it very well. We, this is difficult, and I know that the residents have waited a long time for us to get to this, but we only have gotten to it because the developer finally came up with something that we recognize as valuable to our community, with dedicating those 14 units for as affordable. It doesn't. It doesn't really erase the hole on Mission Boulevard, but I also have a lot of faith that with the housing there and with all the other housing, including the project we just talked about a while ago, going up around the area, that we will be able to attract a use to that site. And with that, I will, on this motion by Councilmember Zermanios.
Mayor Halliday, I'm sorry, before you
Yes.
do that, there was, Miriam, there was a public speaker who wasn't able to raise her hand.
Yeah, I did. We kept the public hearing open for a while, and I, and asked for public comment. So I wasn't going to call on an additional raised hand at this point. the speaker had spoken earlier, so I don't think that there shouldn't have been a technical problem. But if you feel that I should reopen the public hearing at this point, after all the council members have spoken.
I mean, I think the city
Mr.
attorney
Brick?
and I just,
If that member of the public already spoke, then there would be no need.
Not on this item.
Oh, not on this item.
But I'm just saying that I don't know what the technical problem was, but the speaker had spoken earlier this evening.
If there was a technical problem with this speaker now at this current
Then I
hearing,
should reopen the public hearing?
I would recommend opening it just for this one speaker and then closing it.
All right, we'll go ahead and do that, though. I'm going to reopen the public hearing and call on Ro Aguilar. Is she with us? Yes. Thank you. Now, seeing no further requests to speak from the public, I'm going to close public comments again. Councilmember Wahab, you have your hand up? Thank you. All right. Now, with that and seeing no further requests to speak from council or the public, and the motion to support the staff recommendation having been made by Council members Ormeño, seconded by Council member Salinas. Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll? And Council member Marquez has recused herself from this item. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Andrews. Councilmember Lamnin.
Aye.
Councilmember Marquez, recused. Councilmember Salinas.
Yes.
Councilmember Wahab. Councilmember Cermeño. Mayor Halliday.
Yes, and the motion carries with 6 aye votes and 1 recusal. And with that, we will now move on to item number 12, which is regarding the La Vista Park design, and we're being asked to adopt a resolution approving the park's final design subject to a California Environmental Quality Act addendum. And we will hear from, is he on Zoom? Public Works Director Ameri? Ah, there you are. Okay, I don't know that is she back? I didn't-
She's back now.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Thank you. And could you also unshare your screen? So
moved.
hold that thought. Are there any questions right now from council members? Any questions? Councilmember Marquez? All right. Thank you. Councilmember Andrews? Okay, Councilmember Lamnon?
Thank you. Just one question, if I could, and thank you very much for the work on this. The question was, I noted the removal of the dog park due to space considerations. and the addition of a neighborhood park, and wondering if there's any logic in having the dog park space be integrated into the neighborhood park, or are those compatible at all, or can you speak to that a little bit? Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
All right, seeing no further council questions, I'm going to open public comment on this item. Is there anyone who would like to speak on this item? There's no one left in the council chambers, and I'm not seeing that any attendees want to speak. Madam City Clerk, you aren't seeing anyone either?
Madam Mayor, I'm not aware of any request to speak.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and close public comment and move on to Councilmember Lamnon.
Thank you. I think.
Did you intend to?
I did mean to buzz in. I didn't expect to be first, so
But
sorry.
you are,
Didn't
so
mean to be.
Go ahead.
Anyway, so it's really hard to contain my enthusiasm for this, so I won't even try. I'm really excited about the work. Really appreciate the evolution of this project, the incorporation of community feedback, and the idea that this place will be in our community is just outstandingly exciting. A couple thoughts as we move forward. So with that, I'm happy to move the item. Is there really? There's no second? Okay, thank you.
Who was that?
It was Councilmember Wahab, I think.
Councilmember Wahab? Oh, okay. All right.
Thank you. And then, just a couple thoughts moving forward for exploration. I appreciate the consideration potentially of the dog park, the consideration of the phasing, as Councilmember Marquez mentioned. I appreciate, this isn't really a change, just a reflection of something that's already happening. I appreciate that there's a balance, in a very thoughtful balance in this design that balances both safety as well as light pollution, and having some dark skies elements to that. I think that's really exciting. And I think there's a couple things that came to mind about that are probably more HLAC conversations, but since we're talking park, I'll just put them in here as a placeholder. One is green waste collection in our parks. There was some comment about recycling collection, and right now green waste isn't collected in our parks. And the other one is I did hear from the community about parks in the El Rancho area, and so I think we need to revisit that just to keep our parks balanced throughout the city. And I'll remind us that we had agreed to have Councilmember Brendel listed as an emeritus on this project whenever the signage goes up. And then the last one, and this is, I'm saying this and I realize that this is not a small ask, it's a very complicated thing, but I wonder in our conversations with the Muwekma tribe and our evolving understanding of racial equity and racial equity and undoing past harms, if there's some logic to the concessions to the park, to the land being run by Native peoples, being, rematriation, I know, is something that the city of Albany is looking at. I just wonder what makes sense. And I say this in a vague way because I don't know what everybody's capacity is or even what people would want. And I won't speak for folks. But I wonder, as we start to eventually move to the programming part of this park, if there's an opportunity within the conversations, with the existing conversations with the tribe, if there's an opportunity to have collaboration and perhaps some equity and reparation component of this. So I'll leave it there as food for thought. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the motion and for those comments. Councilmember Andrews. I see them. Yes. Thank you for that. Okay, and Councilmember Marquez. Thank you. I think, and Mr. Lord can correct me, but I think that it's not that dogs will not be allowed in the park, but this was going to be an off-leash area for dogs. Is that correct? Yeah. So we will still have dogs, but they will have to have, yeah. Okay. And with that, if there are no further requests to speak, I will, on this motion by Councilmember Lamnon to approve the staff recommendation with some additional excellent comments, but this park is a long way from being finished. And thank you, Mr. Lord, and thank you to our staff too for their work on this. So the motion by Councilmember Lamnon, seconded by Councilmember Wahab. And I would just say that you know, I do like the landmark idea and, well, some of the other suggestions that have been made. And anyway, I think that thought went out of my head. So we will go to Madam City Clerk. Will you call the roll?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Andrews. Councilmember Lamnon.
Aye.
Councilmember Marquez. Councilmember Salinas.
Aye.
Councilmember Wahab. Councilmember Cermeño. Mayor Halliday.
Yes.
Thank you.
And the motion carries with 7? Yes, aye votes. Everybody was here for this one. All right, that brings us at the end of a very long evening to council reports and announcements. And I'm not seeing any hands raised. I do have one, though. Any other council members before I go? Okay, I'm going to go ahead with that. You have one? Go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to quickly report that I was happy to attend the League of California Cities, as I know my colleagues did as well, and really had some great conversations about housing and other issues in our city, and looking forward to continued collaborative work. Thanks.
Okay, and yes, I also attended the League of California Cities annual conference last week in Sacramento in person in the brand new, I think it's called Safe Credit Union Convention Center, but will probably be known more as the Sacramento Convention Center. I was, as the voting delegate and representative from the city of Hayward to the General Assembly, I want to report back to you on the 3 items before the General Assembly that we voted on a couple of meetings ago, or no, maybe even last week, right? Okay. So on the bylaws changes that really were very much opening up the board of directors to more representation from the diversity caucuses that the league has, that item was approved. The item on asking the legislature to give the California Public Utilities Commission more money to specifically force inspect railroad properties in the state and to get them to actually step up and, since they have oversight, not inspect the properties and force the railroads to clean them up when that is needed. That one passed. It was watered down a bit by kind of taking the California Public Utilities Commission out of the equation, but still asking the legislature to somehow provide money for enforcement of keeping the railroad property in a good condition. And then finally, on probably the most interesting and controversial and maybe an important one, I think, was on the topic of asking the legislature to work with the League of California Cities to pass legislation to look at the distribution of online sales tax and make it more equitable so that all cities who have their roads run over by, people, delivery trucks delivering goods that people have ordered online, get some share of that sales tax, not just those few cities that have built huge fulfillment centers. I have to report disappointingly that resolution was quite watered down to the point where the legislature was taken out of it altogether. We're not asking the legislature to do anything. We're kicking the whole matter back to the League's Revenue and Taxation Policy Committee, which I do serve on as a member, so I will be sure to be speaking up there about the desire of our council and probably many others throughout the state to really take a serious look at this and really ask the legislature and try to work with the legislature to do that. So that is my report on the voting at the annual conference. And with that, and seeing no other hands raised here, we will move on to our adjournment, which this evening we're going to adjourn this evening's meeting in memory and in honor of Armand Harris. Armand grew up in Hayward, graduated from Hayward High in 1972, went on to Chabot College. He had skills in theater, photography, track and field, and public speaking, and is quite well known, maybe best known for his expertise in gardening and cooking. And he co-founded Cooking Magic, a volunteer organization that provided cooking, food safety, and food preservation training to clients at local food pantries and affordable housing complexes, and also developed a model for urban agriculture that brought healthy organic produce to hundreds of people in our community. And Armand, I think, at times experienced not having permanent housing, and he just was a very dynamic person who worked to change the perception of homelessness as well as to empower people on the streets to use their skills. And I want to thank Councilmember Lamnon for bringing this to our attention, that he had passed away, and so I will ask staff to work with his family, and I think through Councilmember Lamnon, maybe she can provide the connections to let them know that we are honoring Mr. Harris tonight, and would be willing to work with the family to plant a tree somewhere in Hayward in his honor. And with that, in memory of Armand Harris, this very unusual but I think productive meeting of the Hayward City Council is adjourned.